Right, so we're on the record in docket 25-00721. That is City of Lansing versus Tyrone Nathan. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Ned.
George Annette, APD, on behalf of my client who's standing to my right.
And sir, you are Tyrone Nathan Sr., is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how we proceed?
Your Honor, the lay witness and the victim did appear in court and are here today. They're back here. So I think at this point, it would just be appropriate to set a trial date.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Annette?
That is correct, Your Honor. It's my understanding there is no offer in this matter. We do have all the discovery that we believe we need. We do have CCTV, body cam, and a police report. So I spoke with my client and we're prepared to go to trial.
All right, we'll set for jury trial on
July 21st at 8:15.
July 21st at 8:15. So jury instructions will be due a week before that date. We'll set it for July 21st at 8:15. Anything else for the record in 25-00721, Mr. Staples?
Sorry, Your Honor, just to clarify, was that July 21st or 31st?
21st, I believe.
21st.
21st. So Monday, July 21st. Anything else, Mr. Net?
Does the court want his updated phone number?
If he's got an updated number, sure.
517-513-5724.
24. All right, Mr. Nathan, we've set this for July 21st at 8:15. Correct. You'll receive notice from my court officer. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
Next, Mr. Staples.
I don't know if counsel is here via Zoom for Howell. We already have a trial date set.
I don't see any. I see Alana C. Yeah, now she can.
Ms. Callahan, can you hear me?
Ms. Callahan, you'll have to unmute. We're gonna call your case. Alana Callahan. All right. So ma'am, you are Alana Callahan, is that correct?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, exactly. She said, yeah.
Ms. Callahan, I left your voicemail this morning, disregard it. I thought you had to be in person. So disregard my voicemail. Thank you.
All right. I do have Zoom as appropriate for this final pretrial, right, ma'am?
Yes.
All right. So we're on the record in docket 25-00813. That is people of the city of Lansing versus Alana M. Callahan. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the city of Lansing.
Mr. Ned.
Hey, Getter, George and Ed, APD, on behalf of my client who's appearing via Zoom.
And ma'am, you are Alana Callahan, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And you can hear me all right, Ms. Callahan?
Yes.
Thank you. This is the time set for a city of Lansing final pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
I think I'll defer, Your Honor.
Mr. Ned.
Yeah, based on my conversations with my client and the city attorney, it's my understanding that there is no offer, and in that case, we're just gonna go to trial.
We'll set for jury trial. I think we've been using the same, we didn't set this for, we set for final pretrial, but not jury trial. So jury trial date of
July 21st at 8:15.
21st at 8:15. All right, so Ms. Callahan, you'll receive a notice. It's July 21st at 8:15 concerning this matter, right? All right, ma'am.
Okay.
Anything else for the record on 25-00813, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Net.
No, Your Honor, and then I just can please leave our message. Ms.
Sure.
Callahan, I'll call you later this week to discuss.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
You should be all set, Ms. Callahan. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thanks.
And Your Honor, we are ready on Kenneth Young.
Young. That's Mr. Harris.
Yes, Your Honor, and Mr. Young is here in the courtroom. Lab now.
How are you, Mr. Harris?
I'm doing well, Your Honor, and you?
Pretty good. All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-00319. That is people of the city of Lansing versus Kenneth Young. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Young, who is standing to my right, Your Honor.
And sir, you are Kenneth Young, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is the time set for pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, Mr. Young has obtained his license, and given this is his first appearance, we would move to dismiss.
And I'm assuming there's no objection to that, Mr.
No
Harris.
objection from the defense, Your Honor. From looking at the docket, I think this might have been written on a ticket. My client was asking if he could have some kind of proof the case was dismissed. My understanding is well, he's just requesting to get a copy of something saying the case was dismissed, Your Honor.
What do we have that we can give them?
I can do another.
Let's do a nollie on it. We'll do a nollie.
Mr. Staples, what's your phone number, please?
84571.
I'll indicate and we'll give him a copy of the nollie that it's dismissed without prejudice, which means, Mr. Young, the people could reissue if they choose to. Realistically, it's a default. For our purposes today, the case is dismissed. All right, sir? Thanks, sir. We'll get Mr. Staples to sign the nollie pros, and then we'll give you a copy of it after I sign it. Thanks, sir. Thank you, Megan. Right, you can get a copy of the nollie pros. Anything else for the record in 25-00319, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
Now from the defense, Your Honor.
You're all set, Mr. Young. Thank you.
Sir.
You can get a copy from my court officer.
Awesome. Thank you.
How many show causes? Love it. Over under on the show cause. 11, I think.
Check. First name, Yeah.
Darren Bell.
Yeah, he just
It's,
joined
that's a state case.
I have none incarcerated.
He just joined us.
Megan, what's your number on the show causes?
How many do we have?
11.
11. Well, half of them is Glenn Hughes, so.
Be a Brooklyn user. I don't know if half of them are Glenn. Three.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
say two.
Two? Oh,
Thinking of two.
No,
gotta tie
Yeah.
it too.
uh,
I'm
yeah,
gonna
I think
go,
this is his first
three.
appearance though, so.
Yeah. He said he's got it.
I'm gonna go the one above.
Perfect. I would,
Adjourn for what kind of pre-trial or is it like a pre-trial?
just a second for the trial, yeah.
I'm ready on Des Hall, Your Honor.
All right, on Des Hall.
Des Hall.
All right. So we're on the record in docket 22L27422281. That is the city of Lansing versus Des Hall. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Ned.
George and Ed APD, on behalf of my client who's standing to my left.
And sir, you are Des Hall, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Staples, how we proceed?
Your Honor, I believe Mr. Hull has a Secretary of State appointment set in the near future. And given that this is his first appearance with no prior failures to appear, the city would have no objection to an adjournment.
All right. And Mr. Ned, is that a fair statement?
Yes, Your Honor, we were asking for a brief adjournment for compliance purposes.
We can. So it's okay. Later is easier than earlier.
Looks like it's gonna be August 4th.
August 4th at 9 o'clock. So reset for compliance purposes for August 4th at 9 o'clock. Mr. Hall, please keep in contact with your attorney, Mr. Ned. He will advance whatever paperwork is necessary for Mr. Staples, all right?
Absolutely.
Anything else for the record in docket 22L27422281, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Ned.
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Hall, you're all set August 4th at 9 o'clock.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Maybe I should, you want my number? You want to write it down? I'll give you my number. Thank you so much.
Then, Mr. Staples, if we need to take a break, that'll work too.
I don't know who
I
would
can
be with Mr. Harry's.
If Scott Decker's in custody, I was told, I'm ready on him whenever.
Okay, so we can get that. That's the only one in custody we have.
And he should be on follow.
So he's coming, we just don't know when. Or if there's a light in the room or,
I do want to meet with him if we can get his.
all right, that'll be easy. Once you join us. All right, Mr. Whitney, you can unmute. And we'll call your case. You're gonna have to sit in one place.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right. So we're on the record in docket 25L2940641, 642, 641, 642, and 661. That is City of Lansing versus Daniel Whitney. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples,
Matt Staples, on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Whitney, who is appearing via Zoom. Your Honor.
And sir, you are Daniel Whitney, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and you can hear me all right, Mr. Whitney?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we've had some discussions. We need to request body cam and kind of do some things to confirm Mr. Whitney's, confirm or I guess otherwise figure out what happened with Mr. Whitney's statement of events. So we would just be requesting an adjournment at this time so that we can go through that discovery process and should have a resolution by the next appearance.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Harris?
Yes, Your Honor. Some of the information Mr. Whitney has provided could potentially lead to a resolution. My understanding is the prosecutor and myself need to review some body cam to confirm some parts of the information Mr. Whitney provided. So we would be requesting that adjournment at this time.
All right, so we'll adjourn for discovery continued. And we'll adjourn to
August 4th.
We'll adjourn to August 4th at 9 o'clock. So that's on all three files. I'm assuming they came out of the same ticket.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe so.
Yeah. All right, so Mr. Whitney, we've adjourned all three files of the ticket to August 4th at 9 o'clock. Anything else for the record in docket 24L2940641, 642, or 661, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris.
Now from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Whitney, we'll see you on that August 4th day. Thank you for your appearance today.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
Right, and then Mr. Harris, you said Ms. Steinberg?
Yes,
Mr. Steinberg.
I believe it's a Miss Steinberg, Your Honor.
All right, and Ms. Steinberg, you can unmute. Thank you. So we're on the record in 25L2932512 and 25L2932511. That is the City of Lansing versus Esther Steinberg. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples, on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Miss Esther Steinberg, who is appearing via Zoom, Your Honor.
And ma'am, you are Esther Steinberg, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, I am.
All right, you can hear me all right, Ms. Steinberg?
I can barely hear, but I can hear.
All right, thank you. Let us know if you can't hear. This is the time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, as a preliminary matter, the ticket in this case was defective. However, in discussion with defense, there was a willingness to waive that defect. The offer would be therefore to dismiss the basic speed, and she would be pleading guilty to failure to display ops.
Okay. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Harris?
Yes, Your Honor. I spoke with my client regarding the offer, and she indicated she wishes to take the offer at this time.
All right,
We would
so-
be requesting immediate sentencing.
All right. So it is a dismissal for negotiations of the basic speed file. And then a plea is charged to the fail to display a valid ID. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. And I believe the fail to display, Your Honor, should be the 90-day 200.
Okay, correct. 90 days. Under $200. All right, Mr. Harris, may I inquire of Ms. Steinberg of her misdemeanor advice of rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Steinberg, you have the following rights in this file. This is punishable by 90 days and or $200. So you understand you have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You're represented today by Attorney James Harris. He would be present at trial to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the city of Lansing. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
You have the right to have the court ordering witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what we placed on the record or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'll also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial. Since you won't be having a trial today, you'll be pleading to the fail to display an ID instead. Is it still your wish today to plead guilty to the misdemeanor offense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm gonna have raise your right hand as best you can, ma'am. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I swear.
All right. I'm gonna bring your attention back to April 26th of 2025 at the South Pennsylvania and at or near Baker. Were you operating a motor vehicle on Pennsylvania and Baker in the city of Lansing on April
Yes.
26, 2025?
Yes, Your Honor, I was.
And were you operating a 2010 Dodge black vehicle?
Yes,
All right. And at that time, while operating, you had been stopped by law enforcement. Did you fail to display a valid license at the time?
I did, Your Honor.
All right. Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
Not from the defense, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yeah, I find the factual basis for the failed to display a valid ID to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. And we, unless there's an objection, Mr. Harris is indicating that this should go to immediate sentencing. Any objection to that, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Allocution, Mr. Staples on this case.
Nothing from the city, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Harris, allocution.
Your Honor, Ms. Steinberg realizes that on the day in question, she made a mistake and should have and would have preferred to avoid this. However, given the circumstances and given that she does agree that she was unable to provide that license on the day in question, she is requesting the court take a bit of mercy on her and sentence her to simply the fines and costs. I would recommend the same, Your Honor.
All right.
She has also requested regarding that to set up a payment plan regarding any potential fines and costs, and I can let her address that.
All right. Ms. Steinberg, is there anything you'd like to say to the court before the court passes the sentence?
Not at this time, sir, no.
All right, thank you. All right, I'm gonna Killebrew there was no Killebrew agreement, but I will not order any upfront jail, so no jail in the matter. I'm gonna order $75 fine, $75 costs. I'll waive the crime victims' rights fee and the state fee. So it'll be $150 to the city of Lansing. And you indicated, Mr. Harris, your client needs some time to make that, to make those arrangements.
Yes, Your Honor, she has requested to set up a payment plan. Ms. Steinberg, do you know what the terms of that payment plan would be?
I mean, I'm not sure what would be allowed or, what the minimum payment would be allowed at this time.
I can put it, so you can set up your own plan. I can put it out 90 days and then you can go from there setting up your own plan. the whole thing would be due within 90 days, and that's 30, 60, 3 months.
Okay.
But you could set up your own plan from there.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
All right. So we'll have the 100, that can be paid online, in person, or by phone. And we'll set the due date for the payment would be
September 15th.
September 15th.
Okay,
And then you can pay on that as long as it's all paid by September 15th. You should be set. All right, Ms. Steinberg?
yes, that shouldn't be a problem.
All right. Anything else for the record? I will also dismiss, as part of the continuing negotiations, I'll dismiss the basic speed ticket.
Thank you.
Anything else for the record in 25 L293-2512 or 25 L293-2511? Mr. Staples.
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris.
Not from the defense, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Steinberg, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thanks. Have a great day. Bye.
You too.
Let's get Mr. Casada out of here.
Right for Casada.
All right, let's go on, Mr. Casada. All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-00162. That is the City of Lansing versus Mauricio Casada. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Ned.
George and Ed, APD on behalf of my client who's standing to my right.
And sir, you are Mauricio Casada, is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. This is the time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how we proceed?
Your Honor, Mr. Casada has obtained a valid license. It has taken him a couple appearances to do so. So the city would be willing to amend the charge at this point to an impeding traffic civil infraction.
We don't take an impeding traffic, Your Honor,
All right.
with a payment plan.
So that's a impeding traffic, a civil infraction. It is not an abstractable offense. What's the fine for that?
$135, Your Honor.
235?
100.
100.
Oh, that's the thing. I'm sorry.
All right, 135. And Mr. Ned, you'll be accepting responsibility on behalf of your client.
Yes.
All right. All right. So that is, and that's a fair statement, Mr. Ned. We will be pleading, this will be pleading down to a civil infraction based on compliance measures. All right. This is for conduct which occurred on January 19th, 2025 at Cedar Street and Edgewood Boulevard. Do you admit responsibility for your client impeding traffic on that date?
Yes.
All right. It'll come with a $135 fine to the City of Lansing. And does your client need some time to make that payment to the City of Lansing? Or what does your client need to make that payment to the City of Lansing, Mr. Annette?
30 days, Your Honor.
All right. So we will set, so it'll be $135 to the City of Lansing. That can be paid online, in person, or at the counter, okay? Or by phone. And we'll set it for July 16th. So as long as it's all paid by July 16th, we're all set. You can pay as you go, but it all has to be paid by July 16th.
Absolutely.
Anything else for the record in docket 25-00162, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Ned?
Your Honor.
Mr. Casada, you should be all set. Thank you for your appearance. And Mr. Casada, you'll have a High Court officer will give you a piece of paper that'll explain to you the payment system.
Yes, sir.
And we had an interpreter, I think.
You want to do Scott Decker first?
What's that?
Scott Decker?
Sure. Mr. Decker was brought up. Oh, he's on Polycom. I see. Yes, that's definitely. Mr. Decker.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-01172. That is the City of Lansing versus Scott Decker. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples,
Matt Staples for the city of Lansing.
Mr. Ned.
Person at APD on behalf of my client who's appearing via Polycom.
And sir, you are Scott Decker, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can hear me all right, Mr. Decker?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This is time set for City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how we proceed?
I'll defer, Your Honor.
Mr. Ned.
Thank you, and I had an opportunity to speak with my client who was in custody at this time. We reviewed the facts or the allegations in the case and went through the police report. At this time, we are intending to leave this set for trial pretrial. It is my understanding there is no offer at this time. I'll continue negotiations with the city attorney for a hopeful resolution, and if not, a jury trial.
All right, we'll set for final pretrial on July 14th at 8:30. All right, we'll set for final pretrial for July 14th at 8:30. Anything else for the record in docket 25-01172, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Ned?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we've set for final pretrial on July 14th at 8:30. Mr. Decker, thank you for your appearance today.
Your Honor, thank you.
Now, did you want to go on Flores?
Yes, Your Honor.
Tolentino? Swear in the interpreter. So ma'am, please state your first name and last name for the record.
Norma Baptista, Norm, Baptista, Baptista.
Please raise your right hand, ma'am. Do you solemnly swear or affirm they will truly, accurately, and impartially interpret in the matter now before the court and not divulge confidential communication, so help you God under the penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Baptista, just let me know if I get going a little fast, okay? All right, so we're on the record in 24-03740. That is the city of Lansing versus Raul Torres Tolentino. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
George and Ed, Assistant Public Defender on behalf of my client, Mr. Torres, who's standing to my right.
And sir, you are Raul Torres Tolentino.
Sure.
Thank you. All right, this is the time set for a city of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, the city would be offering an amended charge of failure to display ops on this file.
And Mr. Ned, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, after a lengthy conversation with my client and in discussion about possible immigration consequences and in consultation with the city attorney, it's my understanding that my client already has a failure to display ops in Howell, 53rd District Court. And I explained if he asked whether he needed more time to consult with the immigration attorney regarding this offer. He said he declines to have a immigration consult and wants to move forward with this case.
All right,
So it's my understanding it'll be a failure to display ops. I do not believe the city attorney has an objection to financing costs. And my client will be ready to pay today.
all right, so Mr. Staples, is that your understanding? It's a plea to the fail to display ops. And which is the misdemeanor, and no objection to immediate sentencing.
There was no objection to immediate sentencing, Your Honor. And yes, it is the policy, I believe, of this court in general that this is not an offense for which jail is given.
Right.
Can I get the statute on that, Your Honor?
It's 257311.
Thank you.
And that's a 90-day misdemeanor and or how much?
$200, Your Honor.
Right, so Mr. Ned, may I inquire of your client of their advice of rights on the ballot to display ops misdemeanor punishable by 90 days and or $200.
Please.
All right, you have the following jury trial rights concerning this misdemeanor plea. And I'm going to walk you through those rights. You have the right to be tried by a jury. You have the right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. You have the right to have the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty. You have the right to have witnesses against you appear at trial. You have the right to question the witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney Georges and Ned. And you'd be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the city. You have the right to have the court ordering witnesses appear in your defense. You have the right to remain silent during the trial. Not to have that silence used against you. And to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim, the plea will result of any promises. Other than what we placed on the record. You'll also give up the right to say that you were, give up the right to any threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'll also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial, since you won't be having a trial. You'll be pleading guilty to the misdemeanor instead. And it's my understanding you've had conversations concerning immigration status and how this affects your immigration status with your attorney, Mr. Ned. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Is it still your wish today to waive your jury trial rights and plead guilty to the fail to display ops misdemeanor?
Yes.
And if you raise your right hand as best you can, do you solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury? All right. I'm going to bring your attention back, sir, to December 21st of 2024. And were you operating a motor vehicle at the vicinity of North Cedar on Shiawassee Street in the city of Lansing?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
And at that time, were you stopped by law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, you would fail to display a valid ops at that time.
That's fine.
Anything towards the factual basis, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Neds indicates that Mr. Torres Tolentino has confirmed the factual basis. Anything on the allocution to immediate sentencing, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Ned?
Your Honor, I'd ask for immediate sentencing. My client does not intend to live in this county much longer. He has other matters to, and I believe in Illinois. He's just wrapping up some work he has here. So he won't be here much longer. I just asked for fines and costs. He's gonna pay today. He's gonna move on about his life.
All right. I will set, I will follow, there'll be no jail. $75 fine. $75 costs. I'm gonna waive the crime victims' rights fee and waive the state fee. So that'll be a total of $150 to the city of Lansing. And Mr. Ned, what's the time frame on that $150 payment?
Today.
Okay, so we'll set it by June 17th. All right, so that's $150 to the city of Lansing that can be paid at the counter today. Anything else for the record in docket 2403-740, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Ned?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you're all set, sir. Thank you for your parents and thank you for your assistance.
Sit down and go to the desk, and that's fine. That's what- Worry about it.
Okay, whenever.
Okay.
Right, Mr. Staples, who's next?
Mr. Wilson, Your Honor.
All right, Kenneth Wilson. All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-01173. That is City of Lansing versus Kenneth Wilson. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Kenneth Wilson, who is standing to my right, Your Honor.
And sir, you are Kenneth Wilson, is that correct? Thank you. This is the time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how we proceed?
Your Honor, as a preliminary matter, the ticket on this file is defective. I did have conversations with defense. The city is willing to offer a failure to display in lieu of the original charge of driving while license suspended. And defendant would be waiving that defect, and I believe they plan to accept that offer, Your Honor.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Harris?
Yes, Your Honor, I spoke with Mr. Wilson regarding the potential offer, and he indicated he would be requesting, well, he would be taking that offer and he would be requesting, and we would be requesting immediate sentencing.
All right, so that's a fail to display valid ops.
And that should be, as I stated previously, Your Honor, I believe that should be the 90-day 200.
Yeah, 90 or $200. And you're requesting immediate sentencing. Any objection to the immediate sentencing, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Carey's, so that's full and accurate. It's a plea to the failed display, a failed to display, and then the 90-day $200 misdemeanor. May I inquire of your client of his misdemeanor advice rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So Mr. Wilson, you understand you have the following rights, and I'll walk you through those rights. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney James Harris, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the city of Lansing. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
You have the right to have the court ordering witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, it'll give up the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what we've already discussed on the record, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial, since you won't be having a trial. You'll be pleading guilty to the misdemeanor fail to display valid ops. Is it still your wish to plead guilty to the misdemeanor charge of failed to display valid ops?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to have you raise your right hand as best you can. Do you solemnly swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes, sir.
All right. Sir, Mr. Wilson, I'm going to bring your attention back to April 19th, 2025, at the offense location of South Cedar Street at or near Avon Street in the city of Lansing. Were you operating a motor vehicle on April 19th, 2025 in the city of Lansing on Cedar Street?
Yes, sir.
And that motor vehicle was a Dodge?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at that time, were you stopped by law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
And did you at that time, did you fail to display a valid operator's license concerning operation of the vehicle at that time? Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
Nothing to defense, Your Honor. Thank you.
I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made for the fail to display a valid ops. Anything towards allocution, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris, allocution.
Your Honor, my client, Mr. Wilson, would like to apologize. He realizes he made an error. He's trying to take responsibility for that error. I would simply request that the court sentence him to fines and costs on this matter, and he would be requesting in 90 days to pay any fines and costs order. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Wilson, is there anything you'd like to say to the court before the court passes sentence?
I was gonna say that I apologize on my behalf. Basically just trying to make sure that I got my son, pick my son up from daycare.
All right, I find, the court will indicate there's no jail in this matter. I'll set fines at $75, costs at $75. We'll waive the prime victim's rights fee and the state fee. That'll be $150 to the city of Lansing. And we'll set it out 90 days. So that'll be September 15th. That can, the $150 can be paid online, in person, or at the counter, or via phone. As long as you pay it by September 15th, you'll be fine. You can set up your own payment plan from there, okay? So you can set up your own, as long as it's all paid by September 15th.
Okay.
Anything else for the record in docket 25-01173, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
Nothing to defense, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Wilson, you're all set. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Your Honor.
After for your rules.
Wilson. Mr. Davis is on Zoom.
Yes, valid license, it would just be dismissing the 24 and then 25 will be
Traffic.
Yep.
The George thing.
I think so. Yeah, he talked to him on the phone, so yeah.
Sounds good. So I can handle that.
And then I have Holtz is a pro per, but I don't know if that's still Richard Holtz.
Oh, it's not.
Let's see, well,
I guess.
okay, okay, she's here,
Yeah, she's here. To the best of
and
my
then
knowledge,
who else?
Powell, and that's a lust for show cause.
Oh, okay,
He's also got the sentencing late.
okay, all right, let's go with Davis then, I guess.
All right, so Brian Davis.
It
Yes.
sounds like Powell and Edgecombe.
Sure. So far.
All right, Mr. Davis, you can unmute. We'll call your case. So we're on the record in docket 24L2914481 and 25L2931493. That is the city of Lansing versus Brian Davis. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harry standing in for Assistant Public Defender Georgia Need on this matter on behalf of Mr. Brian Davis, who is appearing via Zoom, Your Honor.
And sir, you are Brian Davis, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you can hear me all right, Mr. Davis?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, thank you. This is time set for City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, Mr. Davis has obtained a valid license. This is not his first appearance. The city would be willing to dismiss the 24 file and then amend the 25 file to an impeding traffic.
How are we proceeding, Mr. Harris? Is that a fair statement?
Yes, Your Honor. My understanding from Mr. Need is that Mr. Davis would be accepting that offer. So we would be requesting the court just, well, I guess I would be accepting responsibility to the civil infraction on his behalf. And then I would request of him how much time he would need to pay the 35 fine.
All right, so the 24 file is the one that's the one that's being dismissed, and the 25 file is the one, the civil infraction?
Correct.
Yes, Your
Okay.
Honor.
All right, and Mr. Harris, you indicated that you would be accepting responsibility on behalf of Mr. Davis for the civil infraction of,
Impeding traffic.
Impeding traffic.
Yes, Your Honor.
is that 135?
Mr. Davis, do you know how long you would need to pay that $135 fine?
A week.
I would simply, just in case, Your Honor, I would simply request 30 days.
I think it's 135.
Yes.
Correct.
All right, so Mr. Harris, we're working from ticket, just so we're working from the same ticket on L293-149. This is for activity which occurred on March 4th, 2025 on Cedar Street near Jolly Road. Do you accept responsibility for Mr. Davis for impeding traffic on that date?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And we'll set it 30 days out.
July 16th.
So it'll be, so Mr. Davis, you can pretty much set your own payment plan. It'll all be due by July 16th, $135 to the city of Lansing. That can be paid online, in person, or by phone at the counter on the 6th floor. And it'll be set for July 16th to be fully paid. All right, sir?
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else for the record in docket 25L293-1493, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris?
Not for defense, Your Honor. Thank
All
you.
right, Mr. Davis, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Is there anybody in post one? Sometimes you see a shadow, you know.
Probably a ghost.
Ghost. All right, so we're on the record in docket 21L2645321. That is the City of Lansing versus Whitney Hallam. This was scheduled for 11 o'clock. It is now 11:18. And it would appear that the defendant has failed to appear. Just go out and see if anybody's in the hallway at all. Failed to appear for the show cause hearing. I do not see Whitney Hallam in the Zoom courtroom or physical courtroom.
There's no.
Nobody there. There's nobody in the hallway. It would appear that the defendants failed to appear for show cause and a bench warrant's issued for non-appearance. And that's all for the record in 21 L2645321. Then we're on the record in TD 22008303. I have Hughes, but oh, here we go. Johnson's after Hughes.
Oh, okay.
TD 22008303. TG 240128885. TJ 240000204. And T24L2904592. That is the City of Lansing versus Glenn Hughes. Set for show cause hearing today on four different files. It would appear it was set for 11 o'clock. It is now 11:20. It would appear the defendant has failed to appear for show cause. And on file TD 22008303, a bench warrant is issued for the non-appearance. And on file 2G 240128885, scheduled for 11 o'clock, it's now 11:21. Defendant failed to appear for show cause and a bench warrant is issued. And on docket TJ 240000204, scheduled for 11 o'clock. Once again, it's 11:21. Here, the defendant has failed to appear for show cause and a bench warrant issued. And then on 24L2904592, scheduled for 11 o'clock. It is now 11:22. And the defendants failed to appear for the show cause and a bench warrant issued. And that's all for the record on those four files. Mr. Hughes. We go to Mr. Johnson. That is docket 22L2709871 and 22L2763971. One is 22L2709871. One is 22L2763971. City of Lansing versus Deontay Johnson. This is scheduled for 11 o'clock. It is now 11:23. It would appear that Mr. Johnson has failed to appear. I did not see Mr. Johnson in the Zoom courtroom or physical courtroom, and there's nobody by that name in the hallway. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for show cause. And the court will issue a bench warrant and bench warrant. That's all for the record in 22L2709871 and 22L2709872. 63971. We have Colin Jones. Jones. Let's skip
Is
Jones.
Jones attached to the ones you just called me?
This should be 4.
This is Johnson.
It's Colin Jones, isn't it?
It's, yeah, Colin Jones
Yeah,
is a
these are
speeding
just
ticket.
Johnson's.
Should be in here. Is it under another file maybe?
We're on the record in docket TK 21003874. That is City of Lansing versus Alan Pago. This time set for a show cause was scheduled for 11 o'clock. It is now 11:25. And it would appear that Mr. Pago has failed to appear for the show cause. I don't see Mr. Pago in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, and nobody answers by that name in the hallway. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for the show cause and a bench warrant is issued. On docket TK 21003874. There you go. And then we're on the record in docket 24002228. And that is the City of Lansing versus Ricky Dunick. Dunick. This is scheduled for 11 o'clock. It is now 11:26. I do not see Ricky Zunick in the Zoom courtroom or physical courtroom. There's nobody in the hallway. It would appear the defendant has failed to appear for show cause hearing. And a bench warrant is issued for the non-appearance. That's all for the record in 24002228.
Jones was behind Johnson.
All right. And so we're on the record in docket 24L28611321. That is the City of Lansing versus Colin Jones. This was set for 11 o'clock. It is now 11:27. It would appear that I do not see Mr. Jones in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, or hallway. It would appear that Colin Jones has failed to appear for show cause. Thank you, Megan. And we'll issue a bench warrant for the non-appearance for Mr. Jones. Anything else for the record? That's all for the record in 24L2861321.
Just needed to go through another set of eyes.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Third time's a charm.
Thanks, Meg.
I was like, I
Alright.
know it was in there.
I
Yeah.
Yeah, the king of the great book, or if you are supposed to. What's that? Shit. What's your name?
Collins,
Huh?
Collins,
Collins?
yes.
Okay, this is
It's,
different.
yeah, this I'm here for PSI, but it's not, I don't know.
They will come.
Okay.
Should be that.
Alice, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Turn you up. I can't hear you.
hold on. Is that better?
Yep, kind of low, still kind of low though. You hear me though?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Ms. Collins, how you doing? First and foremost, how you doing? I'm Officer Bragg or Chief Probation Officer Bragg. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing swell. I'll be the probation officer who will be conducting the PSI interview today. Okay. Let's see. I see. There's Babcock in the judge, right?
Yes.
Okay. Looking like you have sentencing on the 1st of July.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So this report is essentially the judge is going to use it to sentence you. Okay, Ms. Collins.
Okay.
She did not necessarily know who you are. So this kind of report, what kind of you use this template to kind of understand a little bit of backstory, a little bit about what happened when they were offense and things like that. Okay.
Okay.
Let me know if you got any questions. I may not be looking at you because I'm typing as you're kind of talking, but I am listening. Okay.
Okay.
I may kind of stop you as well as I'm talking because I am typing. So I don't expect anything like that.
Okay.
But I thought you should know. So you're like, damn, this motherfucker keep interrupting. Stop. You know, okay.
Okay.
But first things first is let's get some information. The address I have is 1801 West Lansing Road, Maurice, Michigan.
Yeah.
Okay, is that outside Charlotte?
Yeah, it's in Shiawassee.
Okay. Phone number 989-721-631.
Yeah, we can change that.
What number do you have on file? What number do you want?
517-749-5824.
5824. Who number is this?
It's my boyfriend's.
Cell phone?
Yeah.
All right. Any school, high school, or college at all? High school?
I went to Perry, but I didn't graduate.
Perry Meridian or Perry High School?
Perry High School.
Did you graduate?
No. I'm one test away from getting my GED right now, though.
Okay. All right. So let's get this over started. So first and foremost, we're gonna talk about is kind of what's going on right now. And what I mean by that, Ms. Collins, is where you living at? Are you working? Things like that, okay? And I'll ask you the questions, obviously, so you don't have to remember them, but so just answer them the most truthful as you can for me, okay?
Okay.
Where you how old are you?
I'm 23.
How do you say your first name?
Ellie.
Ellie, all right. How do you identify?
Female.
Caucasian?
You said what?
Caucasian?
White.
White.
Yeah, same thing.
Well, okay. Is this the only charge you're fighting right now?
I have a hold in Shiawassee. That's just for like driving with no license or contempt of court.
So after you deal with that? Nothing else?
No, I got time served for my new charges. I just picked this for, oh yeah, my East Lansing one, right? Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah, so I just got time served for my new charges and for Eaton County.
okay, but not East Lansing though, right?
Right. That's what I'm waiting here for.
Okay, I got you. Okay.
Do you know if this is for like sentencing for my old charges back in April, or if it's like a probation violation?
Like an April,
Okay,
yep. The controlled substance use of narcotic and cocaine,
yeah. She,
retail fraud.
yeah, she gave me probation on my preliminary exam, and I haven't been sentenced for it, so I don't know.
Yeah, this what you doing right now. This is exactly what you're doing this right now. You get prepared for that.
Okay.
Okay, so, all right. So prior to your incarceration, where were you residing? Where were you living?
The 1801 West Lansing,
What city is that?
Morris.
I ain't never heard that shit.
It's in the country.
Oh.
It's tiny.
Who you living with?
My dad.
Or did you have a job?
No, not currently.
Oh. Why not?
Honestly, I've just been dealing with substance use.
All right.
Which I am on Suboxone now, so I don't know if that helps, but
We'll talk about that, sure, in a minute. Okay. All right. So you're not in school. You're not coming to the GED right now.
I just passed one of my tests this morning, so I got one more test and I got it.
Okay. You have a car?
No,
Any counseling therapy?
no.
Any medication other than Suboxone?
Hydroxyzine,
Well, what was that for?
anxiety.
Okay. You know, milligrams.
No, I don't.
Take daily.
Yeah, every night.
Okay. I can get around.
My boyfriend or Uber, whoever, really.
You have any children?
Yeah, I have one daughter.
Did you live at home with you?
Yeah,
How old is she?
she's 6.
So she's at home with your dad?
Yeah.
So, Ms. Kyle, what happened on the other offense, okay? Now, obviously assume that I've already been to police report, I all our details. I don't give a shit in their perspective. I want you, okay? So what
Okay.
happened?
So it was my best friend's daughter's birthday, so I went to Myers and ended up stealing stuff for the birthday party and some other stuff, and I got caught, and I had a pack of dope on me. So when I got arrested, Well, they said they weren't going to arrest me for it, but I had a warrant out in Shiawassee that they took me for.
So, best friend's birthday party, and she did need something, or you just wanted to steal it?
No, I was just trying to get birthday presents. Be
Okay.
stupid.
All right. So you stole them? All right, then what happened? How did you
Um,
call?
I don't know, just being too obvious, just doing too much. And then when I was walking out the store, they stopped me at the front, right outside.
Now, dope, what you mean? Crack cocaine, heroin?
Heroin,
Fentanyl, by dope.
heroin,
It was heroin.
yeah.
That's pretty rare. That's rare, isn't it? In terms of heroin, I know it's usually always fentanyl nowadays. It's super rare.
I mean, it probably was fentanyl, but
Okay. So the police pulled up and arrested you instantly?
the police, they said what?
Did the police pull up and they arrested you instantly? Did they allow you to leave or?
No, they arrested me right then. Well, okay, so Myers told me that they weren't going to press charges or arrest me for it. So I didn't have my ID, so I went in the back of the cop car, so they verified who I was, and then I had the warrant out in Shiawassee that they took me for. So I went straight to Shiawassee and then bonded out.
Okay. All right. How'd it make you feel?
Um, Pretty bad because I missed the birthday party and everything and caught no charges. And honestly, those are my worst charges I've caught yet, so not very good.
Okay. Have you done this before?
Done what?
Walking in the store stealing?
Yeah, I just caught 2 more retail frauds, but they dropped one of them. I'm done now though.
Why were you doing that in the first place?
Just because I didn't have a job, I didn't have money. Just being stupid.
Did you still have all the kind of enhanced drug use?
No, not I mean, I had money for my drug use, and then obviously it left me broke. So whatever else I needed is why.
But you never stole for drugs.
No, I didn't have to.
All right. So let's transition to substance. Okay, so what all substances have you used? So is marijuana? Because marijuana is one of them.
Yeah,
Heroin.
yeah.
What's some more? Alcohol.
Not too much anymore. I've used it, but
Okay. What's some other ones? You use at a high frequency. So we got marijuana, heroin, alcohol.
methamphetamines. I mean that's pretty much it that I use. I mean I've used a lot like in my past, but that's
But the kind of
yeah,
meth, alcohol, heroin, and all that's kind of like the constants.
yeah.
Okay, I got you. So, what would you say was your most heavy use? Heroin?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Let's start with heroin. Okay. When's the first time Miss Collins? When is the first time you ever used heroin?
I was 16.
Talk about that. What happened?
My baby dad, just him and his family used it, so I got into it.
Did you like it instantly? The first time you tried it, did you like it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So then how often were you using it this time, at this time? Did it ever progress?
Yeah, I mean, it obviously progressed. I don't remember how much I was using it back then, at least, I mean, once a week at least for sure. But now obviously it's daily. Well, not now, but it was.
Right, right. Now, did that kind of progress super fast? Like, it was like, damn, once a week for the first couple weeks, and next, you know, she's using that shit every month, every
Yep.
single day, or
Yeah.
that hell, it was your body was craving that shit, wasn't it?
Yeah.
When did it become, was it a problem for you? Everyday consumption was a problem? Were you tripping, or was you good?
I mean, I was pretty good, but I just, without having it, you get sick, and I mean, it's definitely affected my life a lot.
What happened when you didn't have it?
I just laid in bed, so I figured something out, sick as hell.
Who were you using to crave that? Because you could be sitting in bed for fucking a week, as you know. And you almost die sometimes.
Yeah, I've been through it so much, I don't know, just kind of went through it. I mean, it was shitty, but
But stuck through that shit. I got you. Okay. Well, at what point did you kind of start to notice, like, man, this is the problem? Like, well, you never really thought that. Like, at what point did it come that, or you never really kind of figured that way?
shit, it's been a long time since I was like 18, I guess, when I really kind of started to realize. Once I tried to quit and I couldn't, is when I realized.
Okay. Okay. Did you ever stop using heroin, or not? No.
Yeah, not usually it was like only like a month I'd make it, but back in 2023, I was 16 months sober.
Oh shit. Okay.
Yeah. I was working and just doing everything right, and then I ran into somebody who was using, and then it all started again.
How do you feel about heroin now? You want to use it now? You want to continue to use it?
No, actually, like before I came in here and I was using, like I was telling my boyfriend how I want to go into rehab and, turn myself in even just to get off it. So I'm getting to the point where I'm tired of it. And then Suboxone has been helping me with the cravings completely, honestly. It's my first time being on it, so it's helping a lot.
First time being on Suboxone?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh. All right. There we go. So right now, only you do right now, I think it's Suboxone to kind of help you crave it right now. That's it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to stop using heroin forever? You want to use it at patrol rate? Or you want, how do you?
Forever. Forever. I've lost a lot of people from it, and I'm 23 with no job, no house, no nothing. So it's kind of shitty.
Would you like some help with getting clean?
Um, I mean, I would use it. Honestly, I feel like this before, but this time I'm like, I got my boyfriend. I told my boyfriend that I was gonna break up with him if he didn't stop using. He's out there sober right now. I don't know. I just feel really, really good about this time. I'm tired of it. I really am. The sickness and the money. My boyfriend makes like $800 a week, and we're blowing the whole check every week. So it gets tiring. It's not worth it.
So did you only use it because your boyfriend introduced you to it? Like, what made you?
No, honestly, I didn't introduce it to my boyfriend, but my baby dad back when I was 16 is who got me into it.
Oh, your very father. I'm sorry,
Yes.
very father. So at 16, right? So before that, you had never even heard of it. You never used it ever.
No.
Ever. So what gave you the confidence to do so?
Honestly, it was just a very toxic relationship. So I just I don't know, I thought I could do whatever he did.
I got you. All right. So next, want to go to bed?
Yeah.
All right.
I don't know, I pretty much when I was
Same thing?
Yeah.
First time you ever consumed meth, when was that?
16. It's kind of the same ordeal.
Okay. Now the difference is with meth is a totally different spectrum of obviously. Okay, so now how did you get onto that? Because obviously, you know what I'm saying, the hero makes sense, generally it's the opiates. Where did the meth come in? What was on that first before here or what?
Honestly, I think meth came first, but I mean it was very, very close in time. Pretty much the same time. So
Who introduced you to meth?
baby dad, yeah. I only smoked weed before my baby dad. Maybe drank a little bit at high school parties and shit, but nothing crazy.
You like meth instantly?
Not really, honestly. It kind of my anxiety's always been really bad. So obviously being an upper, it just made me hyperventilate all the time. And
Right.
but with the downer, just the speedball, I don't know. They kind of go together.
Both at the same time.
Yeah.
Oh, you were speedballing. And crazy, and most people they speedball with cocaine. You were doing it with meth.
Yeah.
Huh? Here for you is you didn't really fuck with meth unless you could have heroin with it because you didn't really like the feeling of it.
Yeah.
Right.
If I didn't have my downer, I couldn't do it, which I would do it,
Right.
but I'd regret it. Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
How long were you in meth? How long did it take place? You using up until this most recent arrest?
Yeah.
You feel like you're addicted to meth?
I mean, yeah, because I do it every day, but honestly, I feel like now that I feel like, I've been 3 months sober now, being in here, I've kind of gotten through like the withdrawals, even like the long lasting, like the lethargic and the just feeling like a dead person. I don't know. I got through all of it, so I feel like I don't know. It's hard to
You
explain.
believe you would detect, you believe you would not detain, would still be using, right? So only because you are. detained, but you're not using.
If I want, yeah, probably. Just because, just getting through the sickness and stuff, you know what I mean? Like,
That's honest, yes.
but now since it's just, okay, honestly, going through the withdrawals, I did it all the time, but it was like my biggest fear because it's terrible. So I was always scared to do that, but this time, I kind of got forced into it, and I've sat for 3 months now. So I'm well past it.
So your your baby father, he was supplying, now your boyfriend was supplying. So that's how you were able to afford it with no job.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to stop using heroin entirely as well?
Yes.
I'm sorry, man, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Does your family have any history of meth or heroin use? I mean, meth, heroin use at all in your family?
So my dad, or not my dad, my mom, she passed away in 2020, so she overdosed on heroin. But okay, so I don't really know. She was on Suboxone before like my baby dad came along. But when my baby dad, he kind of introduced it to her too. So that's when she really got onto meth and heroin. But Suboxone, she was on that before, and everybody tells me that you can't be on Suboxone. I know she had like a pill situation, but I don't know if they put you on Suboxone for just pills. So she might have had heroin use prior to my baby dad, but I'm not positive.
How did her passing away due to heroin? How did that make you feel? How did that make you feel in terms of using the drug now?
I mean, terrible. Cause I was thinking of my daughter, obviously, and she's lost all of her grandparents because of heroin, besides my dad.
Damn.
Yeah. So I pretty much, like I said, I just really had to get through that sickness because I've been scared to do it. It takes a lot, being in here, you're forced to do it. Don't have a choice. So this is kind of what I needed.
But a little wake up call?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you believe that? Did you see heroin and meth consumption growing up? Did you see this growing up?
No.
So, okay. Did you know your mom was doing it growing up?
No. I don't.
At what point did you?
I know she was kind of into pills and stuff when I was probably 8th, 9th grade. I can't remember exactly, but I don't know. I kind of feel like I was a little sheltered growing up. They kept me. I know my dad used to like grow weed and tell me they're tomato plants, and I completely believed him my whole life. So I was very gullible. Knew nothing about any of it.
All right. Man, what's going on, brother? Oh, Tyree, Tyree State, my dad. Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah. All right, but thank you, man. All right. All right, Ms. Collins.
Okay.
Your father grew marijuana?
Yeah. I mean, he says that was just to support Christmas because he's got 5 kids. So it wasn't, I don't know. I feel like they still lie to me a little bit, but
Okay, I mean, I'll bring it 2 months different. Okay. What much different at all? Differences, I'm sure you lived in the region. I live in the city. Ain't
Yeah.
much different at all. How do you believe that your parents' substance abuse affected you at all, or no?
honestly, no. Really, I feel like it was just my baby dad. So I'd say that I had a pretty damn good childhood, you know, compared to what a lot of people get raised in.
All right. So marijuana, what are marijuana now? First time you used marijuana?
I was like 14, 13, maybe. When I was a long time
Who
ago.
introduced you to it?
Just being in school, all my little group of friends. I can't remember.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And you like marijuana instantly?
Yeah. I still do, honestly. So when I'm using like hard drugs, I don't smoke because, you know, just the money situation. But whenever I'm sober, I smoke a lot, and that keeps me like not thinking. Like back when I was 16 months sober, I did smoke every day. So, but that's a lot better to me than heroin, you know.
But marijuana kind of holds you over, keep from using the hard drugs.
Yeah.
But you don't want to stop using marijuana. You're okay with using marijuana too, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's not something that's like out of control or affects me, you know, in a bad way. Oh,
Right, what?
I don't know. Okay.
All right. What about alcohol? You're not really an alcohol person. It's a long time you drink alcohol.
Yeah. I mean, when I'm using, it's kind of the same thing with weed, but like, my stomach just don't. I can't even take a drink of alcohol when I'm using. So, I mean, back when I was 16 months sober. How old was I?
Yeah.
Same age as marijuana, probably. You know, just when you start getting into like really high school and partying a little bit. I don't know.
Okay. Alcohol was never serious for you?
No.
Okay. When left the alcohol?
I mean, I've taken like a sip here and there in the past year, but I mean, that's literally it. So I used to drink wine a little bit back in 2023 when I was 16 months sober. Just wine, nothing. I mean, still, you know, it's alcohol, but
Yeah, drunk like years, a couple years.
yeah.
And you good, you'll never have alcohol, you good on that,
Yeah.
which is a damn good one.
Mm-hmm. I know, it just makes me really sick, honestly. So that's why.
Yeah, that's the easy way to kind of cut you off from shit. That shit that make you wanna feel bad, you're like, fuck that.
Yeah.
I ain't fucking with that.
And that's the same with heroin, but obviously, like the sickness, it's way harder to get through and longer. So
Sure.
when I'll be through it, I mean, I've been through it before and went back to it, but it's been so many times now, I'm just over it. I can't keep doing that.
What goals you have? What goals you want to accomplish?
I want a job again because that's what kept me busy, you know, I felt like I was doing something positive, kind of, you know. I took my daughter to Disney. I had money to do whatever, you know what I mean? I want a car in my own place. I'm tired of living with my dad. And I just want my daughter. I mean, I've had my daughter. I've had 100% custody, but you know, I just want to be able to support her on my own fully.
Well, abstaining from other hard drugs, right?
Yeah.
My next question is, what do you want to, in terms of discharge? You want to say, fuck it? You want to go to jail? Do you want probation? What do you want to see from this?
I mean, I'm ready to be out the 3 months. It'll be 94 days on July 1st. So I feel like that put enough time under my belt to where I'll be okay. Plus my boyfriend's out there sober, you know, just my whole family's proud of me. I feel better. I'm happy. I feel like I got emotions again, everything, you know, it takes everything from me. So I feel a lot better. I wouldn't mind probation. I feel like it would kind of help me, you know, knowing that I have the jobs anyways, which I don't plan on using anyway, so I don't need that. But I would do tether, whatever, because I just want to be trusted this time, because I really do. I've never felt this good in the whole 8 years of me using.
Are you ready for somebody to hold you accountable?
Yeah.
Are you ready for that? I think I asked that, it's kind of, I'll be the one talking, right?
Mhm.
So, you ready to be held accountable to that extent, to be honest?
Yeah.
That's what it's about, it's about being honest, sometimes, which is not really ready to get that honest, but you say you are.
Yeah. I mean, I've been trying to be honest this whole time. That's why I said, like, before, if I want to came here, I'd be still using. I know I would, but just being through the sickness, and I'm ready.
My question though, Ms. Collins, is now that when you get back out, is the difference between you in jail and being out in jail, you just don't have access.
I know,
right?
yeah.
But when you're out, you may not have the funds, but you have access, right? So what gives you the confidence, or do you feel like you might need some help in that area, right? The judge, that's what she's looking at.
No, I know. I mean, I knew this would be coming. I don't know. I just feel completely different. You know, I'm tired of the people. Like I said, before I came in here, I was tired of the people. I was tired of going through the sickness, tired of blowing all my money. I wanted to get off it, but I was just too scared of going through the withdrawals. So now that I'm through it, I don't know. I just don't want to go back to it. It's terrible. There's nothing good about it. I don't even get the same high anymore. There's no feel good from it. You know, I spent enough time away from my daughter, everything. Like my boyfriend's already out there, you know, he started going golfing with like his old friends and stuff. We put everybody in the past. It's just everything's been moving forward. So I don't want to go back. I really don't. But I know it will be harder going out, but still, I don't know. I'm confident. I really am. This Suboxone too is a big.
Do you have insurance?
Yeah, I have Medicaid.
Okay. All right. Ms. Collins, do you have any questions? You have other questions, Collins? I think you did a good job. You got any other questions?
No, not really.
All right. Anything you're concerned about, anything you want to kind of know, you kind of want to bring up, or add context to, let me know. It's your time to do it right now. I can go. Other than that, if you're not, you're free to go. Okay. If you have anything else, you are free to go, Ms. Collins. We're not talking again until the 1st or after, but other than that, you're free to go. Are you all good?
Yeah. So, I mean, what's the possibility of me getting out, do you think? Like, I do tether, probation, whatever. I don't care.
Let me go see. I'm gonna look at your, let me see right now. I'm gonna look at your chart right now. So they charge you. Well, I say right now. So retail fraud, second degree, I think that's 90-day misdemeanor. Hold on, let me see. So a lot of this has to do with this. All right, let's see.
Because she did give me probation on my preliminary, but obviously I absconded.
You did?
Yes. I did not do a good job at all, but
She revoked your bond, okay. She put you on bond and then she revoked your bond, okay. So let's see. This charge you have here is. You had, wait, so I can tell you exactly how much time you're looking at. Show subs, okay.
You're at 1 o'clock and around like. It seemed like.
But they charge them something that's interesting, so they say it's interesting charge. I haven't seen this in a long time. What did she tell you your max penalty was? Did she tell you?
I think the possession was like 2 years, and then the retail fraud was like 90 some days, like you said.
Yeah, that's what I think that controlled substance is like 2 years. But I want to make sure I want to make sure you know.
So my plea deal, she offered me 1 year in county or 2 year felony probation. But with the probation, if I completed, I'd get 7411.
Is she said?
Yes. So I took the probation because I don't want a felony on my record either.
Hell no. Hell fucking no. If you didn't, I would be highly concerned. Oh, here we go. Right here. Bingo. Oh. Well, no, that's a 30-year felony. There's no way in hell you would be going to single for that case. You wouldn't even have zeros. You know, yep. 740, 42A. 740. And all these damn crazy charges. Oh, okay. I think about 93 later. So you may get off, may just get straight off, to be honest. You may not even need probation.
Okay.
I know you said, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's why I just terms like based on like the statute and shit, you know what I mean? Yeah, based on the statute, you may not even need it.
That'd be cool too.
Agree.
Save the extra bullshit, but
Yeah, so you may be green. Yeah, I think it's 2 years. So yeah, okay. All right, well, likelihood. But you need a lot. I mean, you're gonna need a lot of scholars. You're gonna need a lot of assistance. Now, yeah, I think that needed. I am glad, and it sounds great that you know, you're talking that you have the mentality right now. Like, we're change. That's good. That's fucking good. I just now what I'm concerned is that I don't know if you may have the resources that are at your disposal to be able to get through this hump like you want to go through this hump. You may fucking storm through this shit, and I'm hoping you do. I'm hoping you never touch the fucking bird again. Okay.
Yeah.
I've been doing this a long time. I've been doing this over 10 years. So it just turns out what I know about substances and how they really fucking lean on you. Once again, I think they need more help than that, right? This time, I was probably giving you a chance. It's clarity. Suboxone is obviously helping as well, but even that changes on the streets. That's sometimes what you know what I'm saying. So, okay, yeah, you probably even get probation probably.
Okay.
If you complete it. But my whole thing is, my biggest thing is because that, you're honest, you know what I mean? I said, yeah, I ain't dating around, you know what I mean? I'm cool, I try to be cool and head, you know what I mean? Tattoos and nice like that, but I ain't dating around, you know what I mean? Tell you that, you know what I mean? So you understand that going forward, okay? Because again, it's a long time. I think you'll be successful. I think you need the help to be straight, to be honest.
Thank you.
I can see you fucking go back to this next year, or in a year or two, you know what I mean? All right, any other questions for me? You want to know, like that?
No, that's good. Just I don't know if like the little notes you put in, like the whole tether thing. I think tether would be good, just so you know, it remembers me here. I'm tired of being here.
Tether, only part of the tether is that, see, if you're a big alcohol person, it'll make sense. But
no,
tether doesn't do anything to the drugs. You know what I mean? Other than, you know what I mean? And the judge, even though they may help you, it's beneficial for you, she's not going to do something like a tether. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that makes
You
sense.
don't need it.
Yeah.
So, Unfortunately, I look into it, when I look into it still, nevertheless, okay? I wish I had the cards to give you, but I don't, all right? Let me know if you need, you're not getting to. They took your attorney Melissa for Sean.
Yeah,
Next time you speak with her, you better ask her if you need any questions from me, anything like that. Next time you speak with her, ask me. I see her every day, I ask her all the time, so.
okay.
That's basically, I can make up to do, okay?
She was mine, for my Lansing, was it 54A?
Uh-huh.
But I'm pretty sure for my East Lansing, I had Jonathan Foreman, but did that change?
Well, what's gonna happen is, I'm assuming you're gonna get so you're gonna plead,
Yeah,
right? You know what I mean? So you're not necessarily plead to the felony, I'm assuming, I don't know. Yeah, I'm assuming he's gonna plead.
okay,
You know what I mean? So hopefully you don't have to, we'll see. Hopefully you don't have to plead to the felony, all right?
okay,
Well, I know you're, well, I know you're not into the felony because you wouldn't be here for, you know, you wouldn't be seeing it for, you know what I mean? Like you wouldn't see, you would be seeing, the trial, wouldn't be seeing probation, okay?
yeah, okay,
So that, you're agreeing, you're all set, Ms. Collins, you say let me know, okay?
okay, thank you.
See you later.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
You wanna come in here real quick and then I start running back.
Oh, man. That means you've got it, never got you. Not there. Go see outside.
Anyone? Yeah, anyone? Yeah. Thank you. That was so great. There's nobody on here. Just me. Oh, wait. No, I haven't. Is there a deputy? 1 second, he's on the phone. Hey, what? Yeah. Definitely. I will, Bert. I will. I got you. Yep. I got a forensic evaluation. Yeah, probably logged out. She probably logged out. And I'm looking at an empty courtroom. Oh. I don't know what.
Hi, this is Judge Flores' courtroom. I don't think you mean to be in here.
No, the screen supposed to be off. They put me in here for something else.
Okay, well, you're in Judge Flores' courtroom and we're getting ready to run a docket this afternoon, so you might want to let them know.
I did. Yeah, they talked and said I don't need to be in there.
Hi, this is Judge Flores' courtroom.
Did you guys call?
I'm sorry?
You guys call in? Do you guys?
Nope. This is our Zoom meeting. We're getting ready to start our afternoon docket, but I don't believe she's due in front of us.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna log out. I don't know what's going on. Have a good day.
So, you too, thanks.
All right, Mr. Staples, where are we headed?
Ms. Urdalis, Your Honor.
Jody, you're Dallas?
Yep.
And then Mr. Dallas has a second file that we have to arraign her on.
Sure did an intake and we're prepared to proceed with that as well.
All right, we'll do that the second. We'll do the first on the on the deferred sentence. All right, so we're on the record in docket 25L29255702. That is people of the city of Lansing versus Jody Urdalis. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Ned.
George and APD on behalf of my client who's standing to my right.
All right, ma'am, you are Jody Urdalis, is that correct? All right, thank you. This is the time set for a deferred sentence to a plea of failed to display ops, and then it was set for deferred sentence on today's date. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that Mrs. Urdalis is still working on paying the judgment, which is holding up her license, but I will defer to the defense to let them make their record.
Mr. Ned.
Correct, Your Honor. Upon consultation with my client, it's my understanding that the suspension was due to unsatisfied judgment for some kind of accident, civil, it was a civil case. She has been working with somebody in regards to setting up a payment plan, so she get like a temporary license or some kind of restricted license. There's been a lot of back and forth. She can explain well better than I can for situation. We're just asking for 60 more days, if possible, so she can comply and not get the misdemeanor conviction. I understand if the court is not willing to do that due to the time constraints, we would ask for something else.
This went, let's see, we had February 13th arraignment. We had a pretrial March 10th, and then March 24th was the actual deferred sentence plead to the charge, and now we're out in June. Mr. Staples, what's your take on this?
Your Honor, these can go for up to a year pursuant to statute. Strangely, I will say we've had some issues with these. Many of the license are actually abstracting upon conviction. This one does not appear to have done so based on the Secretary of State report. So I would not have any objection to giving her more time to work on paying off that judgment, but I would leave it at the discretion of the court.
All right, I don't have a problem. This started as of March, and so, but I would provide a 60-day adjournment for the first sentence.
We understand, the second time around, if it is what it is.
Right, so a 60-day adjournment for the deferred sentence.
Oh, there's Your Honor, just to take consideration. Thank you. She owes like $10,000 of unsatisfied judgments.
All right, so this would be a major step.
She's on a fixed income as well.
Yeah. All right. So with this, again, 60-day adjournment, it's the last adjournment. So if there's not, so this is the last adjournment. You got 60 more days, man. All right. All right. So deferred sentence to 60 days.
August 18th at 9.
August 18th at 9 o'clock. All right, we'll set it for August 18th at 9 o'clock for the deferred sentence. Anything else for the record in 25L2922702, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Anid?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're all set on that file. That's 25L2922702. And let's go ahead and arraign you on this new file. So, because you've not been arraigned on this file. So this is docket 25011046. And ma'am, you are Jody Urdalis, is that correct? All right, appearances for the record, Mr. Anid.
Thank you, Your Honor. George Anid, Assistant Public Defender, on behalf of my client for purposes of arraignment only today.
All right, this is the time set for an arraignment on a charge, an outstanding charge. And this was a fail to appear at arraignment. So you've not been arraigned. So I'll indicate to you the nature of the arraignment, why the bench warrant was issued, and then the nature of the charge. And some rights you have in this file. The charge, it is for conduct which occurred on April 4th, 2025, at the offense location of West Mount Hope, Boston Boulevard in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. It indicates that while operating a motor vehicle, that you did drive while license was suspended, revoked, or denied, and therefore you have an outstanding, and there was an arraignment on that ticket that was mailed to you, and it never occurred. There was never arraignment taken on that file. So do you understand the nature of the charges, which is for driving while license suspended, revoked, denied? Do you understand that, ma'am? All right. You have certain rights in this matter, and I'll walk you through those rights. You have the right to be tried by a jury. That is punishable. Driving while license suspended is punishable by 93 days and or $500, I believe. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove the unreasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today for this arraignment only by Attorney George Sinet, and he will be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges for this arraignment purpose. Do you understand that, ma'am? He may or may not be representing you later from the public defender's office, but they are here for this setting. You have the right to have the court ordering witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. You understand your misdemeanor rights concerning this 93-day and or $500 misdemeanor. All right, Mr. Ned, does Ms. Urdalis plan to seek additional representation from the public defender's office on this file?
Yes.
Okay. You have the you would have the same. I'll just confirm the address. We have that Turner Street address. Is that still a good address? Okay. And that would be the same phone number?
Ending in 0000.
All right. This is set for pre-trial in front of myself. Do we have a date for pre-trial yet?
I don't know.
Okay. So you'll get pre-trial sent to that address for the pre-trial. That'll be in front of myself on the 6th floor, City Hall, Lansing. And ma'am, are you on probation or parole at this time?
No.
Are you employed? I'll automatically enter a not guilty plea for purposes of this arraignment. Mr. Ned, would you like to be heard on bond?
Yes, please. I'd ask for personal recognizance bond. She is present here for her prior matter. When I called her last week, she answered on the first call. I have nothing to indicate she's not going to fail to appear. She's been a Lansing resident for nearly 50 years or more. She doesn't have a very minimal criminal history. I'd ask for PR bond. She will appear on time.
All right. Ma'am, if you're able to make bond, I'll set the following bond conditions. No assaultive behavior, no out-of-state travel at this town, no possession of fire or dangerous weapon. I'm going to PR bond. I'll recommend the PR bond for $500 in this affair. And then the pretrial, which will be in front of me, this judge, will be sent to you. All right. In the meantime, you have your deferred sentence set for 60 days. All right. All right. Anything else for the record in 2501046, Mr. Ned?
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ned. And you should be all set on that file, ma'am. All right. They'll have some paperwork for you.
Yeah, just to verify that the case number is that she got arraigned on 01046.
Yes.
Oh,
that's
T.
correct.
Oh, correct. I'll take care of. Make sure once you get a date, you'll come to me. And then make sure you get everything done. Yeah. You don't have to do all that down.
I do it before that. Yeah, probably, you wouldn't wait 2 months for a pre-trial, would you?
We are at 7 weeks though. So we have.
Just stick it, just find a place for it.
Yeah, but we are way out because they're full, or we have some other.
And we'll have full.
Judge wants me to set that one, so you have a pre-trial.
Set it, set that. It doesn't make sense to put it on the same day as the first sentence.
Yeah.
So if you want to write this.
All right, Mr. Staples, what? I have two sentences.
Your Honor, I think only one, is a city matter. I think the other one is
They
a
sent it on the wrong day, it looks like.
That
state matter.
is correct.
So
on the,
is that Mr. Lusk was set on the wrong date?
No, Mr.
No,
Lusk is
Mr. Lusk
correct.
is, yeah.
Because Delamartra was set on the wrong date.
Yes, I was gonna be covering that this afternoon for Ms. Robinson. However, when I was reviewing the PSI and checking the docket, I realized it was a state case set and scheduled on a city day, and it seems we do not have a prosecutor to go forward, so.
Oh, all right, so we'll figure that one out. So that's Delamartra.
Yeah.
So let's go on Mr. Lusk. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-02583. That's the city of Lansing versus Daniel Lusk. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Harris, Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the city of Lansing.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of Mr. Lusk. He is standing to my right, Your Honor.
And sir, you are Daniel Lusk, is that correct?
Yes,
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a city of Lansing sentencing. Mr. Staples, is there any restitution on this matter? I don't see any.
No, Your Honor, there was a victim. They were present. We did refer them to probation. We have not gotten anything in our office, and it would appear probation has not gotten anything.
All right, thank you. Mr. Harris, have you been able to go through the pre-sentence report with your client?
Yes, I have, Your Honor. We
And-
have no additions, deletions, or corrections.
All right, allocution, Mr. Harris.
Yes, Your Honor. When I was speaking with Mr. Lusk, I did notice something that I think was also mentioned by probation in the PSI, that so far in every interaction I've had with him, he's been honest, he's been upfront, he has been, in my opinion, very truthful regarding what happened, why it happened, how he realizes he made a mistake on that day, how he's essentially been trying to turn his life around, trying to improve himself, and trying to make sure things like this won't happen again. I will note, as indicated by probation, he is currently on probation here on a separate matter, resolving some potential issues he has with drugs and alcohol. In this case, simply put, Your Honor, I would be requesting that the court follow the recommendation of probation and simply sentence him to time served with any fines and costs referred to probation and referred to collection. Apologies. I would ask that if there is no information regarding restitution, that the court not order any restitution. And Mr. Lusk indicated that he would be requesting at least 30 days to pay any fines and costs ordered, as he does currently have a couple other cases where he has fines and costs outstanding that he is organizing and getting his resources together to resolve. So we would simply, again, we would simply request the court follow the recommendation, sends him to time served, and if possible, minimal fines and costs, as he already has a few other cases involving fines and costs where he's trying to make those payments so that he can satisfy his judgments with the court. And thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Staples, anything you'd like to say before the court passes sentence?
No, Your Honor, the city has no position on sentence in this matter.
Mr. Lusk, is there anything you'd like to say to the court before the court passes sentence?
Yeah, I just want to say that I take responsibility for my actions. I'm really trying to turn my life around right now. That's all I got.
All right, thank you. Well, this is Mr. Lusk, we're going to follow the recommendation. Okay, let's get that out of the way first. So you're not, but you're getting beaten down with fines and costs, and so we're going to make it so at least it's something that you can do, so that you can pay it back, but there'll be some time involved. You're not unfamiliar to me. I've seen that some of the files here. It's an incredible endeavor that you're doing, and it's a tough one. Okay, it's a tough one. There's no doubt about it. You're on probation to 54A already. I'm not worried about Daniel Lusk now, okay, because there's a price to pay. But 3 or 4 years from now, you're going to have to make a good decision, and you've got to do one, make it objectively for things that are going to benefit you and in the long run. You have to have some long-term thinking about what's going on. The short-term thinking might be gratification purposes, but there's long-term consequences, and I think you're getting a feel for that. Hence the movement, the positive movement, and this has been it's been my understanding has been very positive. So I'm going to follow the judgment of sentence, the JOS, concerning the failed report an accident on April 21st, 2025. I'm going to set some fines and costs. So there'll be $200 fines, $200 costs, a crime victim's rights fee of $75, a state minimum court cost of $50, for a total of $525. I don't have any restitution to order today, and there's none in the pre-sentence report. So we're not going to order any restitution. I'm not going to put you on probation because you're already on probation, and you're on probation for something that's pretty dramatic. All right. That type of probation is going to be either you're going to have a relationship that's destructive or relationships that's productive. You've got to make that determination. We can try to do it for you, but it's got to come from you. You've got to invest in that. With that understanding, I'm going to refer any fines and costs or refer to collections. So it'll be the $525 will be referred to collections. I'm not placing you on probation. You're already on 54A. And then the collections. So work out any payment plan with collections, okay? I'm not going to set any time frame for it because they'll go way past whatever. As long as you're making a consistent payment to collections, they're going to work with you. That's my understanding.
Yes, he also has a bunch of show causes upcoming for some tickets, plus the one we saw him for this morning. You wanted to send all the collections?
Let's send them all to collections.
Okay,
Yeah.
we'll get the paperwork.
So we'll send them all to collections, including the show causes. Show up for anything like you showed up this morning for the show cause. But if you don't get any paperwork, you know what's happened to them. They've gone to collections. Because that's what we're going to try to do. We want to set you up with one payment that you're responsible for, so you can start kind of getting your finances in order for yourself. So that is a $525 total to collections, and that'll be referred to collections. Anything else for the record in 2402583, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris.
Nothing in the fence,
All
Your
right.
Honor. Thank you.
I'm going to go ahead and sign this order, the judgment of sentence. And then we will, for any type of show causes are set for us, we're just going to put in the collections bin. So that number may grow, but you can work that out with collections. All right. All right. But I'll sign this. Mr. Lusk, good luck to you. Okay, sir. Thank you. And then we have Delamarter on the wrong day.
Yes, Your Honor.
And we need a prosecutor.
Gabby's gonna pop up.
She is?
Yep.
All
So
right.
give her a few minutes, maybe like 20.
Because I don't think there was much of a judgment, a sentence on that.
I believe the recommendation was
9 months probation.
9 months probation and some.
Murder here.
I don't believe so. At least I haven't seen him yet.
Okay, so Mr. Delamarter is not here.
Yeah.
But did we set?
Oh, apologies, Your Honor.
When did we set it for?
I think it was set when they were. Give me just a moment to check out.
This is actually the second sentencing that he's
Yes.
not appeared for.
I believe there was the previous failure to appear. According to the notes from Ms. Robinson, there was the previous failure to appear. Then he was picked up on a Friday with a new felony file, and it was arraigned on the failure to appear on this, and it was scheduled for sentencing. I I was asked to cover this by Ms. Robinson. However, I don't know if perhaps the failure to appear may have been an expectation that it was going to get reset because it was on the wrong day.
It
I
was
can't,
set, I don't know, but it was set for today's date.
It was
Yeah.
scheduled for today's date and notice was mailed to the.
All right.
Missy Zell just joined us on Zoom.
She did. All right, let's go ahead and call that case. All right, so Mrs. Zell,
Good morning.
this
Your
was
Honor.
scheduled you're to be here on a Tuesday, but we can call the case because it was scheduled for 1:30 and it's 2:12. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24. Nice to see you, by the way. We're on the record in docket 24-03514. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Mark Lewis Delamarter. You're here?
it seems Mr. Delamarter just arrived.
You should probably speak with Mr. Harris. So stand by, Mrs. Zell, and we'll be right with you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, Mrs. Zell. All right.
Still here, Your Honor.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24035514. That's City of People of the State of Michigan versus Mark Delamarter. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. Zell.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Harris.
Assistant Public Defender James Harris here on behalf of, well, here covering for Assistant Public Defender Aaron Robinson on behalf of Mr. Mark Delamarter, who is standing to my right, Your Honor. He apologizes for his lateness. There was apparently some transportation issues with the bus.
All right. And sir, you are Mark Lewis Delamarter, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
And I did call to let the court know that I was running late, but I would be here.
All right, thank you. Right, this is the time set for a sentencing today. Ms. Zell, is there any restitution on this matter? I don't see any restitution in the matter.
No, Your Honor, there is no restitution.
All right, thank you. Mr. Harris, have you had the opportunity to go through the pre-sentence report with your client?
Yes, Your Honor, we would have one correction to the report. Mr. Delamarter indicates to me that he is now employed working as a home health care aide. So we would be asking to change the employment data from unemployed to employed. We have no other alterations, deletions, or corrections to the report other than that, Your Honor.
And as of what date is he being employed?
I've spent about 2 weeks now.
2 weeks.
This is Annette Asbury behind me. This is the lady that I do the home health care for.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Allocution, Mr. Harris.
Yes, Your Honor. When I spoke with Mr. Delamarter, he did indicate that as indicated in the probation department recommendation, that he is aware that he made a mistake, that he was aware that this is a bit of a rough time in his life, and that he believes he can benefit from probation, and that a term of probation could be very good for him to help him deal with his past issues with substance abuse and with drugs and alcohol. He is willing to participate in everything recommended by the probation department. I believe he is at a point where he is now very willing and able to try and turn his life around and make it so that he no longer has these issues and can be a healthier and more productive member of society. I do think he is making good progress on trying to turn things around. As I mentioned, Your Honor, he has very recently been able to secure stable employment for himself. He has a client from his work as a home health care aide that is here in support of him today, and has also written a letter in support of him and his ability to do well on probation. I will note regarding probation's concerns about him being tardy for the pre-sentence interviews, he did indicate that at least for the ones where he failed to appear, that he stated he was dealing with a bit of a COVID infection that laid him out for about a month. And that's what made it difficult for him to get out or get around to do things. And then he did indicate that he has in the past had some transportation issues, but now he is working that out and even has somebody who is able to give him a ride when there are issues with the bus, as is what happened today, Your Honor. As such, I would be requesting that the court follow the recommendation and give Mr. Delamarter a chance on probation to show that he can turn things around and that he can be a better person, be a healthier person. I have gone over the recommendations with him, and he is not just able, but also very willing and interested to participate in the outpatient substance abuse treatment, and is willing to participate in any random PBTs. Regarding fines and costs, Your Honor, I would ask if the court would consider waiving or otherwise reducing any fines and costs it would order. Mr. Delamarter is currently rather indigent and only started his new job about 2 weeks ago, so he doesn't exactly have the most resources for paying any kind of court fines or costs. Further, given that he, as part of probation, he would need to participate in random PBTs, outpatient substance abuse treatment, and 12-step meetings, I would request if the court would allow him to put whatever his limited resources are towards that programming and testing, rather than ordering hefty fines and costs in this case, Your Honor. So I would request that the court follow the recommendation at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Delamarter, is there anything you'd like to say to the court before the court passes the sentence? And then I'll go to the assistant prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor. Since my last parole, I did my entire parole completely drug-free with no violations, no dirty drops, anything. I've kept myself out of trouble up until this incident occurred. And this was actually a surprise to me because I was trying to help a girl get her truck started when some other things happened and the police came because of the girl and her aunt. And they spotted a small piece of crack cocaine in my coat pocket that I was completely unaware was even there at that time. But I still take responsibility for it because it was in my coat pocket. So I have been doing my best since I've been out to stay productive and out of trouble. And I would hope the court would take that into consideration.
All right, Mrs. L, is there anything you'd like to say to the court before the court passes the sentence?
No, Your Honor, we'd leave this to your discretion. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Well, Mr. Delamarter, you're not a kid, and I'm not going to treat you like a kid, okay? We're almost the same age, okay? So, I mean, you've got a lengthy criminal history, okay? Anything recently is because of a destructive relationship with substance, okay?
Right.
And so you've got somewhat of a mountain to climb, as you know,
Yes,
just
I do.
staying clean, because it's hard. It's really hard. And that's a victory of itself if you're able to stay clean, because I'm not concerned about Mark Delamarter now. I know where you're going to be. You're going to be on probation. I'm going to follow this, but I'm going to tell you why. Probation is going to be all over you, and you're going to have to be run. You know, they're going to have a microscope on you. You've got a history, okay? But you're trying to make things right, and I can't ask for more than that. All right. If they're willing to work with you and you're willing to work with them, let's see if we can be productive. Okay, let's see if we can do this productive. But it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard, and you're just going to the easy thing for me to do would say, all right, let's just send you back to jail. I know you can't get substance in jail, and we'll see what'll happen. It's much harder to say in 9 months I'm going to be responsible, and then I'm trying to do this so that 3 or 4 years from now I'm making good decisions about not only what I'm doing on a daily basis, but really it's going to catch up with you. It's your health's going to catch up with you,
Right.
and you want to be safe about. You just want to be safe about that too. Okay. You know the trials and tribulations that I'm talking about. Okay. So I'm going to follow the recommendation. Any fines and costs will be due at the end of probation. There's going to be some, because I'm going to make you responsible for what you've done, but it's going to be at the end of the 9-month period, and you're paying for probation. That's $30 a month for probation. Okay. So for the use of controlled substance, pled guilty on December 12th, 2024. It is ordered that the defendant spend 180 days in jail, credits given for 2 days previously served. I'm suspending the 178 days upon successful completion of probation. So no upfront jail, okay? Fines and costs, I'm gonna set fines at $200, costs at $200, crime victims' rights fee of $75, state minimum cost fee at $50, and probation at $270. I'll get you a number for that. So it'll be 125 plus 400 plus 270, and that'll all be due at the end of probation, which will be $795. Probation is set for 9 months, $30 a month. And then how they've seen no assaultive or threatening behavior, no use of possession, alcohol, marijuana, or controlled substance without a prescription, and submit to random PBTs and/or urinalysis as directed. That's usually what catches people. If they're gonna drop 30, we're all gonna find out about it, and then time starts becoming an essence because as you know, the way this works is you see less of me, right? So no bars or nightclubs is a part of the judgment of sentence. Complete following rehabilitative service, pay fees, and provide proof of completion to the court. It is recommended, and it's going to be part of your probation order, that you complete an outpatient substance abuse at the request of probation, that you maintain your employment that you have right now. You not purchase or possess firearms, ammunitions, or weapons of any kind. And the use of controlled substance is a conviction that can be reported to the Secretary of State. I'm under guys to tell you that. The real key here is if you stay clean, then you come back and you're clean on your drops, and then we know you're clean and we know that this is heading in the right way, okay? We'll know pretty fast, I think, in the next couple of months if it's not. And then we'll be able to tell from there. I give you credit for everything you've done, Mr. Delmarter. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's tough. It is really tough. But I'm glad you're on this bandwagon, okay? Because you know the difference, okay? Yeah. All right. I'm going to. So this is set for. I'm going to sign this for June 16th. You should go down to probation. I think your probation agent would be Miss Bayless, just to make sure you're on the same page. Everything's on the same page. You know how you're supposed to report, and you know, she's probably looking with the outpatient substance abuse recommendation. They're really looking at outpatient there. Mrs. L, anything on the judgment of sentence in case 24-03514?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Mr. Harris, anything else on the record in this file?
No, Your Honor, not from the defense. Thank you.
All right, Mrs. L, thank you for coming to us on this was our screw up. We didn't screw it. We didn't do it. We didn't put it on the right day. So thank you for that. Mr. Delmarter, good luck to you, okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well said, Mr. Harris. Thank you.
I need to talk to you. for a second. Judge, Your Honor.
Yes.
I mean, Mr. Harris and I approached
Absolutely.
briefly. I just got off the phone with Miss Nelson, or the victim from the Nelson matter from this morning, who is currently reporting to LPD some attempts by the accused to intimidate her and get her to not testify at trial. So I don't know if you want a copy of that report sent to your chambers. I don't know if he has a non-contact as part of his bond.
He did have, I think he would have a, who's what?
Nelson.
This morning. It would have been.
It was one of the 8:30 set for trial.
That, yeah, fifth woods.
Are you talking about
Nathan, sorry, Nathan.
Tyrone Nathan
Okay, I was
Jr.
like,
Sorry. Nathan
Matt,
Nelson.
unless we were in two different
That was what
courtrooms.
did we set that?
We did set it for trial.
January. Yep, no contact, and the victim listed in this case is, oh wow, Kelly Van Sheet.
Yeah, I just got off the phone with her. She's filing a report. with
She
the
should
police
file a
right
report
now.
to LPD to get a violation no contact order. And then you set it for hearing to readdress all that.
Sure.
Just to make it safe.
I'll get a copy of the report for the file.
All
And
right.
if I
Yeah, if
would
you can
request
just
for Mr.
email it
Mead
to
that
me.
we get a copy of the report.
Absolutely.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah, and I
And then
would
I'll-
suggest
I'll-
maybe having a conversation with him.
I will.
And we can set it for
For a
hearing.
bond violation hearing. Yeah.
And let everybody say what they need to say.
Sure.
Just as long as we all understand the rules.
I just wanted to make the court aware. Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, so, well, the initial reporting, no, today, apparently after he left here today, he went to her place of employment and threatened them with several lawsuits.
Really
Fire
The whole way.
Is Ms. Spies with them?
Or
I
if she
don't
didn't
know.
drop
You want me
the
to go check?
charges.
Yeah.
I
and
feel
then-
like if she were, he would have been in here by now.
Well, we wait till 15 minutes,
Yeah.
so. And Mr. Kadim, you've not seen Mr. Malenfant yet? Okay. Sir, do you have
I do, but it's scheduled for 3, Your Honor.
you're here Are you on Chestnut Flats or Capitol Commons?
Chestnut Flats.
All right. Yeah. And you're waiting Evan Nelson. We'll probably call that about 3:15. I usually give them about 15 minutes. And then are you here for Capitol Commons?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you're here for Mr. Bouchard?
I am, Judge.
All right. And we're waiting Nautica Willoughby. All right. Similarly, 3 o'clock, 15 minutes or so. Sir, do you have a hearing here today?
No.
What's your name? Say it again, sir.
Evan Nelson at 3:00.
Evan Nelson, so that's your case. Okay. So this is the attorney on your case. You can stop, you can talk to him.
Thank you, Your Honor. I guess I will.
We'll see you tomorrow, Mr. Harris.
Yes, I will head out and I will go have a bit of a discussion with Mr. Nee.
All
regarding the
right.
information that was provided to me.
Yep, you got plenty to talk about. Three, two. That is Richard Blowers or Blowers versus Jenny Feiss. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Whitty.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Norman Whitty appearing on behalf of the plaintiff.
Ms. Tripp.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Angela Trippi, P80120, representing Ms. Feiss, who's currently in court, seated to my right.
And ma'am, you are Jennifer Feiss, is that correct? Jenny Feiss.
Jenny Feiss.
Feiss. Perfect, thank you. All right, this is the time set for a formal hearing today. It was previously set on February 28th. I am in May 28th. I'm in possession of a consent order for conditional dismissal. Mr. Whitty, how are we proceeding?
Well, Your Honor, I'd love to put the terms of that conditional dismissal on the record, but you're holding it. Your Honor, from my standpoint, it's already been signed by counsel. From
All
my
right.
standpoint, it's sufficient.
All right.
Just to present it to the court and have it heard.
All right, I will state for the record that I have the conditional dismissal at hand. It is for the total amount of $9,689.77. There's a further box 3 is checked for further conditions concerning that. Both parties are represented by counsel. B is checked. This action may proceed without notice to the defendant or further process. And 7 is checked that partial payment will not prevent issuance of an order of eviction should a judgment enter after default on this conditional dismissal. And Ms. Feiss, you, Ms. Trippi has signed this on your behalf along with Mr. Whitty. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
This conditional dismissal?
Yes.
All right. All right, with both sides being represented, I will sign the consent order for conditional dismissal. And you can get a copy for your own records From my court officer. I was just checking to see if she was there. Anything else for the record in 2502-432, Mr. Whitty?
Nothing for play, Chairman. Thank you.
Ms. Tripp.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All
Thank you.
right. All right, Ms. Faiz, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Did you want a copy too?
Good to see you.
These are what you know, stuff.
Are you like public defending stuff? How's that going?
No, great. Learn a lot. Dealing with, no longer having to deal with the civil cases. So I don't see you and Mr. Whitty as much often, except for the occasional times I see you in the hallways. And catch up.
Thank you so much. It's great to see you. I hope you're having a wonderful transition to your new career.
Good to see you around.
Thank you, Mr. Whitty. Thank you, Ms. Trippy.
Feels plenty, was plenty satisfying, plenty fulfilling.
Good. Oh, I'm happy.
Oh, also mostly,
place. All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-02464. That's Chestnut Flats versus Evan Nelson. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? I forgot, Mr. Syed.
So good afternoon, Your Honor. Attorney Hamza Sob on behalf of Chestnut Flats.
All right, and you're here for Mr. Cox.
That's correct.
Thank you. And sir, you are Evan Nelson, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This is a time set for a formal hearing, a landlord-tenant formal hearing. It was previously set on June 4th. Sir, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, we're going to proceed with the consent. The rent to retain is $1,173.02. Total costs are $172.85. The total outstanding balance is $1,345.87. We've agreed to a mover vacate or payer vacate date of June 27th, 2025. I did go over MCR 4.201J with Mr. Nelson, explaining that he has 3 days from today's date to motion the court to set aside the consent. It has to be for good reason and in writing. And I did go over when his appeal date would expire.
All right, perfect. And do you have an order to that effect?
I do.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I'm in possession of in docket 25-02464, a consent judgment. Numbers were placed on the record. 4A is checked. This is Chestnut Flats versus Evan Nelson. 4A is checked that the pay or vacate date is June 27th, 2025. Box 5 is checked. Box 6 is checked that a partial payment will not prevent the court from issuing an order of eviction, and there's no money judgment at this time. The appellate date is June 26th. That's 1 day before the June 27th date, which is fine. Mr. Nelson, you've had the opportunity to see this consent judgment and sign the bottom. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand you have 3 days from today's date to indicate that what we did here was vague or ambiguous, or you don't understand what we did. That's the court rule. Do you understand the court rule, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right. I'm going to sign this accordingly for June 16th, 2025. And then we will sign and scan it. I just signed it. We will scan it and then provide a copy for your own records. Anything else for the record in docket 25-02464? Mr. So
nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson. All right, get a copy for your own records. You should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today. Are you Jonisha Powell? Ma'am? Are you Jonisha Powell?
I believe
other.
Are you Nautica Willoughby? So, you're covering for Mr. Bouchard. What's your name?
Ed Mall, MAHL.
Okay. Let's give, you're set for 3, so about 10 minutes or so. All right. That's everything. What Augustine and
Judge, I believe I have a conditional dismissal, the legal services, I forgot her name. She was in here looking for the landlord of that case.
on Crone
And
or
below,
Bueller?
she was waiting for him. She came up to me with some sort of paperwork. On behalf of Ms.
So that's not, is that Miss Holt?
No, that's the other one.
Miss Trippy?
Yeah,
She was here on, Miss Trippy was also here on Mr. Whitty's case.
yes, she's also here for Powell.
All right, perfect. Again, you and on Chrome. This is fine, except I don't know if you want to be in on Chrome.
I'm gonna fucking see. Unless I'm in there in the office, let me go check.
You said you might be Trippy, and then Moles is, we're waiting on Miss Willoughby. Yeah, it works.
I'm out.
You, the first one at 3, Megan.
No. Nope. Ms. Powell was in the hallway, and then apparently legal services was talking to Mr. and Baloo.
Oh, okay. So Ms. Trippy's talking to Baloo.
Yeah. Your Honor, I do believe we're ready on
All
the
right.
matter of Crown versus
All right.
Rogers.
All right, so we're on the record. You guys come up here. We're on the record in docket 25-02381. That is John Crone versus Daryl Rogers and Sophia Carpenter. Appearances for the record, Mr. Crone.
Yes, that's me.
Okay, sir, you are John Crone. And then Ms. Hall, you're here for legal services on behalf of Daryl Carpenter and Sophia Carpenter.
I entered an appearance for Daryl Rogers,
All right.
Your Honor, and today I was retained by Ms. Carpenter, so at this time I will update my notice of appearance. I only sent one for Mr. Rogers at this point, but I do represent both
All
of
right,
them.
and I'll indicate for the record that all parties appeared. This was set for formal hearing on May 28th of last month. Mr. Crone, you're the moving party today. You've had the opportunity to speak with legal services. How are we proceeding today?
It's my understanding that we just need to proceed with a default judgment.
Okay, well.
Be a consent judgment.
It'd be a consent judgment. All right, all right. So it's going to be a consent judgment. The parties have reached agreement in this matter. Did you have an affidavit to that effect, and I can put that and read that into the record, or is that?
We have drafted a consent judgment. I do need to I wanted to clarify one point before entering the numbers on there because Mr. Crone is pro per, and I didn't want to necessarily cross that line of, I wanted to confirm some things with the court regarding, he has sought a money judgment. And so the amount of the money judgment we'll be entering is including rent on a per diem basis through today.
Correct. That would be through June 16th.
Yes.
For the prorated amount through June 16th.
And then additionally, the court costs would be added to that.
All right. And do you have a number for the court costs?
We do. The number provided by the plaintiff is $114.40.
Okay. All right. So that has to do with the money judgment and court costs. Money judgments prorated through today's date, which is June 16th for the money judgment. Did Mr. Crone request? Did you pay for money judgment at the very beginning of it?
I believe so.
Yeah. Okay.
The complaint I have
All
indicates
right.
a
All
money
right.
judgment.
Anything else you want to place on the record?
There is the right to retain possession is a different amount. The money due to the plaintiff for non-payment for possession is $1,564. Rent to retain possession. The cost of $114.40 is a total of $1,678.40 to retain possession.
Okay.
To be paid on or before June 26th of 2024. Sorry, 2025.
I do it all the time.
Living in the past. The money judgment amount for damages is $887.28. Cost of $114.40 for a total money judgment of $1,001.68. As far as possession goes, we did check boxes 4A, 5, and 6 that a partial payment will not prevent the court from issuing an order of eviction on the defendant. If I can approach.
You may.
Thank
And
you.
we'll put it all on the record, Mr. Crone. But Mr. Crone, are you in disagreement with anything that Ms. Hall just indicated for the record?
No, I agree with everything she said.
Okay. Thank you. So I'm in possession of the consent judgment for John Crone versus Daryl Rogers and Sophia Carpenter. It's my understanding that Ms. Hall, you've placed an appearance for Daryl Rogers, and you're going to be representing Sophia Carpenter in this matter.
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Crone is representing himself. We placed some numbers on the record, but I'll indicate box 1 and 2 is checked with possession judgment being $1,678.40. 4A is checked with the move out date being pay or vacate by June 26, 2025. Box 5 is checked. Box 6 is that partial payment will not prevent the court from issuing an order. And then box 9 is checked for the money judgment, which is less than the possession judgment because of the prorated amount I would garner, and costs are the same. The appellate date, I will put it June 26th, 2025 is the same date matching the 10-day statutory date. And each party, so Mr. Crone, this is a little different because one party is represented. Mr. Crone, you understand you have 3 days from today's date to say something we did was vague or ambiguous because you're not represented by counsel.
Sure.
All right. Usually I'm reading that to the tenant, but usually because they're not represented. But Mr. Crone, you understand that court rule, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I will sign the order of consent judgment with the numbers placed on the record. 25. And then we will sign and scan. I will sign it. We will scan it into the court file and provide copies for each of your records. All right, and you can have a copy from each of your records too. Anything else for the record in 25-02381, Mr. Crone?
When June 26th comes, do I come in and ask for the writ of eviction on that day?
On the 27th, you can come in and make a motion to file an order of eviction. You can get that online, or you can come into the civil department and they'll give it to you. If they have till June 26th, right? 10 days statutory time, counted 10 days with weekends in business. That's a good question. Any other question, Mr. Crone?
I don't think so, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Hull, do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
All right. We'll provide a copy. Thank you, everybody, for your appearance today. And Mr. Mull, you can come up. You can come up for Mr. You're here on Capital Comments. Give me 1 second to. All right, so we're on the record in docket 25-02545. That is Capital Commons versus Nautica Willoughby. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record, Mr. Mull?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. My name is Ed Mahl, M-A-H-L. 27115 is my professional number, and I am standing in for the attorney of record in this matter, Brian Butcher and James R. Gromer, on behalf of the plaintiff.
All right, thank you. And this is the time set for a landlord-tenant hearing. This was scheduled for 3 o'clock. It is now 3:18. I do not see Miss Willoughby here. Miss Willoughby is not in the Zoom courtroom. I don't see Miss Willoughby in the physical courtroom. I'll have Megan call out Miss Willoughby for the hallway. Once in a while, they sit right in front of the elevator.
I know they don't know this.
Okay.
This lady in the front row is the manager of the complex.
Okay. Well, I'm assuming that the manager would know it, if Miss Willoughby's here or not. All right. All right. So it appears that Ms. Willoughby has failed to appear for the landlord-tenant formal hearing today. Mr. Mull, how would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, I'm asking for the entry of a default judgment for the amount paid for in the complaint. We're not seeking a monetary judgment, but the rent to retain is $1,040. And the costs are $178.54, and that makes a total of $1,218.54. And I'm asking that the court follow the usual procedure of giving the defendant 10 days to.
All right. To the best of your knowledge, Ms. Willoughby is not a minor incapacitated in the military service. Is that correct? Do you have an order for me?
I do have a judgment. Yeah. May I approach?
You may. Thank you. I'm in possession of the default judgment in 2502545. Boxes 1 and 2 are checked. Numbers were placed on the record. 4A is checked. That this is set for June. This is set pay or vacate for June 26, 2025. Box 5, 6, and 7 are checked, and the appellate date matches the vacate date. For the default judgment, I will sign it, and then we will sign it and scan it and give any copies for your own records. And anything else for the record in 2502545, Mr. Mull?
No, Your Honor.
All right. We'll give you copies for your own records. Thank you for your appearance today. I can't change that one for some. Says I'm in it. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. If I thought I got out of it, but I'm in it, so it doesn't matter. No, it's me. It's me.
I tried really hard to remember.
So do I. So do I. All right. And Ms. Trippy, you're here on, I'm going to mispronounce that, Baloo Augustine?
Yes. Your
Augustine
Honor.
Baloo?
Representing Miss Powell.
All right. And you're representing. So Augustine Baloo, you can come up here. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2502335. That is Augustine Baloo versus Jonisha Powell. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? And sir, you are Augustine Baloo, is that correct? All right, thank you. And ma'am, you are Jonisha Powell, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Trippy, you're here for legal services.
That is correct, Your Honor. Angela Trippy, TRIPI P80120, representing Ms. Powell, who's currently seated to my right.
All right, thank you. This is time set for a non-payment formal hearing. Mr. Baloo, you are the plaintiff in this matter. How are you proceeding? How are we proceeding on this matter?
She informed me that
So, Ms. Trippy, do you have an order?
Yes, Your Honor. I've had a chance to speak with the plaintiff in this matter. We've decided to enter a consent order for conditional dismissal with the following terms.
All right, and I'll place those terms on the record.
Thank you,
So,
Your Honor.
since I'll place all the terms on the record concerning it, okay?
May I approach?
You may. Thank you, Ms. Trippy. Thanks. So this is a conditional dismissal. All right, so I'm in possession of the conditional dismissal on 25-02335 concerning Augustine Baloo and Jonisha Powell. Jonisha Powell is represented by legal services, and now place the terms on the record, sir. It is alleged that under further conditions, the defendant is to pay $750 to the plaintiff on or by 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Monday, June 23rd. If the defendant pays, defendant is to stay in the premises and return the keys on or before 5 p.m. on Wednesday, July 16th. Is that your understanding of the further conditions aspect of the conditional dismissal, Mr. Augustine? Ms. Trippy?
That is correct, Your Honor.
4B is checked. This action may proceed without notice to the defendant or further process. And 7, partial payment will not be acceptable, will not prevent the order of eviction concerning this matter. And then Mr. Baloo, You signed the bottom of this, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then, Ms. Trippy, you've also signed, or this was signed by your client, Ms. Powell, is that correct?
Both myself and my
All
client
right.
did sign. Thank you.
All right. All right, so I'm gonna indicate that I placed the terms on the record. And I will sign this according to the party's request for June 16, 2025. We will sign and scan it. So we will scan it into the court file and provide a copy for your records, Mr. Baloo, for your records, Ms. Trippy, and then we will give you a copy, Ms. Powell. Anything else for the record in 2502-335, Mr. Baloo?
No, she has a car that need to be moved. I don't know what date is that gonna be moved.
I don't, there's nothing in here on this conditional dismissal for a car.
She's telling me that after the July 15 or 16.
After July 16th, it'll be,
I can move
she
it.
won't be living there, so, yeah.
If it's still there, I can just move it. I can get.
That's between you and Miss Powell. I'm assuming that the car won't be there, or is that your car?
I don't know what you talk about. I have a car, yes, I drive, and it won't be there if I'm not staying there.
What kind of make and model your car is your car?
It's a Nissan Altima.
Is that what you're talking about, a Nissan Altima?
It looks like American car to me. There's a car is in the driveway in the back.
What make and model of the car are you? What I would suggest is after June 16th, if she's not living there, it would be an abandoned car, or it can be, it can be taken by a city. It can be towed by the city, I would imagine.
Your Honor, this would be a post-judgment matter
Right,
for
I
him to
agree.
seek his remedies. Thank you, Your Honor.
I would agree. I would agree. I would treat it as an abandoned car if it's not there at this time, at that time, or if you have any questions concerning it. This has to do with the conditional dismissal of the landlord tenancy. I would agree. All right. All right. So, Mr. Baloo, do you have any other questions? All right. Ms. Trippy, any questions concerning the signing of the document?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you very
All
much.
right. All right. We will provide a copy for your report records. Thank you, everybody, for your appearance today.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day,
You
Your
too.
Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Trippy. That was Baloo. I'm gonna leave this and then go try to get in and leave notes, because I might be on in my office. Maybe, I don't know. I was on at one time in my office.